you guys can hear me now. Sorry, I have this set up in a bit of a different orientation today. It's a weird one today. I'm just checking to make sure the audio is good as usual, because I have to wait for the YouTube to catch up. I think it's not a little bit quiet. I mean, I'm not gonna be on this chat for too much longer. You know what, I think we can switch over now. We're gonna switch over to a different angle than usual. Look at that. You can see my phone in my hand. Alright, cool, my phone's just off camera. You know what, if I really want to raise my audio, I can just always do that. Hopefully you guys can hear me now a little bit better. Oh, the music's a bit loud here, isn't it? Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully the music's a bit quieter right now. I also hope I'm not echoing. Give me 1 second, guys, just to make sure all the audio is good now. You can actually hear me a little bit echoing. I'll turn off the audio in a bit. Sorry about that. Hopefully the music's a bit quieter right now. Okay, I think this is fine, so I can mute my phone audio. So, what are we doing today? Today, we are working on some model trains. And what exactly does that entail? That entails us, or me, cleaning my model trains. Now, this is a very new camera angle for me, and I'm very excited, because this took me a literal week to figure out. I spent so much money trying to get the right cable to plug into my computer so I could get my normal DSLR camera, hi, how you doing, to actually work. And it's a bit laggy, but this is the best we're going to do. We're not going to be doing too much, you know, it's not going to be doing like super big test drives or anything, but literally today all I'm doing is I'm going to go through pretty much all of my model trains, or however many I can find, and do some general servicing on them. So what is servicing the models? Well, the model servicing literally just entails putting oil on the axles and making sure they're working. And if that doesn't help too much, then I'm going to be disassembling the models using my brand new screwdriver kit, which you can't see. There you go. My brand new screwdriver kit. It's really hard to figure out where I'm supposed to go because this camera is flipped the other way. If I bring up Thomas real quick, you can see that his number 1 on camera is backwards because the camera is flipped. And I tried to flip it horizontally, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. I don't know why, but Streamlabs nor Canon EOS utility allows me to flip the camera horizontally. Vertically was fine, and I'm glad I was able to do that vertically. Because if I couldn't flip it vertically, then this whole thing would be even more upside down than it already is. And no one really wants that. And I really do hope people actually join this stream, because it's very quiet in the chat. And if I sound sick, it is because I am sick. But anyway, yes, what I was saying before is that if the models need more maintenance than just oil on the wheels, then I have a screwdriver kit, my brand new screwdriver kit. We're going to be taking the models apart, and we're going to be looking at them. Hi, John. Hello, Enterprise Studios 101. My day is going okay. As you can tell, I'm sick. But yeah. So, today's mission. This Thomas we're not actually going to be using for any servicing or anything because he is pretty okay. It is one diagonal camera. That's one diagonal twigs. I couldn't get it straighter because unfortunately Streamlabs OBS doesn't allow me to physically change the angle of the camera. If I could, I would have, but I can't. And it's already upside down. I had to flip the video direction, and I couldn't even flip it horizontally. Do you have your own Thomas headcanon? I do. Technically, for the TV series Thomas headcanon, that is the entirety of Tales of the NWR. That is just what that is. That is my Thomas headcanon. Railway series, that is a thing that we will be discussing in future. Now, this Thomas is very, very grindy, and I'm going to be replacing him soon. So he's actually not the first engine on our list of engines that need to be maintained. Thoughts on Thomas being an LNER J50 or James being an LBSCR K class? So, um, I don't know what my thoughts are on that actually. I think it's great for anyone to do anything with characters, and especially if you want to like try and keep true to some ideas. Sorry if I'm sounding muffled now, it's because I'm going to get the first engine that I'm going to be serving. What is the first engine? Oh, that's not the one I'm going to be doing. Okay. What just made a noise? Okay. Well, let me get the first engine. Okay. I think Thomas as an LNER J50 is totally fine. I think it's a cute engine. I totally think that if that is your headcanon, you should do that. I can see the design idea of James being a K class, and I'll probably be using a K class, at least for the chassis of my James. Whether or not he's going to be the actual class of engine, that's a whole other story. Is or was Gordon a normal LNER A1 rebuilt into an A3? Gordon was never a true A1 to begin with. I think in the lore he's like an A0. So it's like he was never specifically, he was like the prototype. So that's why he has like the different I think he has like the different valve gear compared to an actual A1. And he was never, to my knowledge, he was never technically given A3 mods. I think he was always an A0, A1, with like the Fowler tender and whatever. Anyway, enough about that. Here is the first engine we're going to be servicing. This is, even though you can't tell because the camera's flipped, this is Brighton Works, the Hornby Terrier. This is the club exclusive. Before anyone says it, no, I'm not going to be turning it into a Stepney. But yeah, so let's just see how he runs. It's actually pretty good. That's a pretty smooth little boy. But it doesn't hurt. You're not late at all, Roblox and Train fan. In fact, I've barely even begun, because this is the very first engine that we're servicing. Thomas is a J50, James being an LBSR K class, and Gordon normal A1 builds it. That's a good headcanon. You know what? I see it and I vibe with it. So, what are we doing when it comes to cleaning up the locomotive? This is my oiling kit. This has 4 different oils that, what's the word? You use to service your locomotives. And servicing is literally just keeping your model up to date, keeping it nice and fresh and clean so the mechanics don't wear out. So this is what I recommend for anyone. I always recommend that you should get oils. If you want to get the full mile and get the full kit, I recommend doing that. But if you don't, you just want something quick to do a quick service on your models, get the light oils. Now, a bunch of different companies make oils. This is the XL lubricants. Not XL, it's XL, but you know, this is the abbreviation. XL lubricants. This is what I use. I use the light oil. I know Walthers makes a very similar 4-pack kit, but I use the XL one because that was what was at Trainland when I was working there. So I got this kit. You never really need to go anything above light in most cases, especially for a service like this. I'm going to show you exactly what you do. Sorry, I'm really, oh god. I sat down, now I'm stuffy again. So, simply all you do is you put your finger kind of on the wheel, and you push it all the way to one side so you can get to the axle, and then you put the lightest little drop into the axle. And you just do that for all the wheels. Get the littlest drop of oil onto the axle, and then you do that for both sides. Lovely. Perfect. Okay. Now we have the oil on the wheels, which is good. But the gear here is also exposed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the gear oil, which is very thick. There is grease in this pack too, but you really never need to touch the grease unless you have like an ancient model train from like the 50s that like needs a big servicing. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply just going to take some of this gear oil and I'm going to drip it onto the teeth of this gear. and then as we run it, I may have put too much, but as we run it on the track right here, that'll work the oil into the rest of the gears like so. I'm literally just holding the train in place and I'm letting it kind of turn its wheels, and it will get the oil everywhere it needs to go. And just like that, an already quiet model has been made even quieter. Okay, well, he started there, but that's the Terrier's fault, because the Terriers are not the best runners. Anyway, I missed a couple comments. Hold on, let me check out. Hi, Jason DeNoble. Hey, Messer, I made some touch-ups when I got your E2 last year and made a fit on the Bachmann 1F, but I need to get another Ginty chassis since I have another Thomas shell using it. Okay, awesome. I'm glad to see that that model is being put to good use. What else did I miss? Thoughts on Gordon being a normal Oni or A1? I think I already answered that. Oh, no. I don't mind it. I think Gordon can work as an A3, because again, it looks very, it's basically just an A1. So I totally think, I can totally see the headcanon, like, understand Gordon being modded into an A3, and frankly, it looks fine. It looks fine. I don't mind. I think it's alright. I think everyone can have their own headcanons, like, can the engines eat? Some say yes, and it is their own opinion, and I think that is okay. Very true, that is my stance. My stance has changed over the years, and now I'm just kind of in the opinion of anyone can do anything that makes them happy. And I think that is what everyone should strive for, is happiness in their AUs, and happiness in model trains. Which alternative basis would you choose for Thomas, Edward, Henry, James, or Percy? You say or. Thomas, I would say, would be a Furnace Railway G5, as seen in, what's the game? SKR, or the Sodor 1955 games. Hold on, I need a tissue. Ugh. Dude. This cold sucks. Alright. Edward. God, I don't know. It's hard to, like, pick, like, different locomotives for characters, because I feel like the K2 works so well for Edward. I don't think I could see him as anything other. Like, I can see the T3 being used as a model basis, and that's probably what I'm going to do when I end up making my Edward, or if not, at the very least, just use the chassis for it. But I guess that. Henry, a lot of people use the Jubilee, and I think it's, in my opinion, I know I just said I think I know what you did. I think the Jubilee is sacrilegious, but it looks like Henry. And that's the thing. I think it looks enough like him that I'm okay with it to an extent, but I don't think I could see Henry as anything other than a Black 5. Same thing, oh, you didn't actually say Gordon, did you? James. James is such a weird one. I don't know of anything that looks like James. I couldn't see anything other than the Class 28 being James. It is so truly there compared to anything else that I couldn't see anything else like that. Percy, I'm not even going to touch that one. Percy is just Percy. Going to do another vlog this year or no? Yes, there will be a couple of vlogs this year, I imagine. Edward as an LNYR Barton, right, 440. I've never heard of that, so I'll look it up later. Henry, the C4 Atlantic. Okay, yeah, so the, what is it, what's the word for it? Yeah, Atlantic. Rebuilt into a B4 460. Okay. The B4 is an interesting choice, I'll give you that. Toby, yeah, LNR Y6, which is just the 04, yeah. Wow, this is just like Strasbourg. Teeth or engine? I don't know what that means. Anyway, here is the next engine on our list. Again, it's flipped, so ignore that. This is Stepney. This is the proper Hornby Terrier, A1 Terrier of Stepney. This is 655. And by the way, if you guys are curious what this piece of black foam is, this is literally called a foam cradle. This is built to service model trains. So I have this little full up and down one, and then we have this kind of side angle one. This is to help keep your trains protected when you're doing servicing just like this, so you can keep them nice and safe, and you don't have to worry about parts breaking by putting them on the hard shelf. So let's just give Stepney a quick test run. He's actually very quiet and he's very smooth. He had a very good service upgrade uh, where someone actually fixed the pickups for me. So he is pretty smooth. I may put the teeniest bit of oil on him though, just because oil is good for all these engines. Tiny little bits, tiny little drops. Nothing too over the top. This is exactly what model trains need. It's just the tiniest bit of attention. And then we'll put a tiny little drop on the gear here. Okay, there we go. And now we'll give him his little stable jaunt, which is I'm going to call this maneuver by holding the train in place and letting the oil work into all of its spots. Alright. And he is now one of my smoothest runners, which I'm really glad about, because I love this model. I think he looks so good. Okay, moving on to the next engine in the lineup. We have, you guessed it, another Terrier. This is my model of my Wetham Railway character, Abermersey. This model was just a standard Bembridge. Sorry. But I gave it a new number and a new nameplate. And I gave him a Model U crew. Alright. Sorry, I don't know why. I'm like all of a sudden just like the sickness got really worse. So let's see how he's running. Abermersey actually may need to strip down because he has been very stiff and bumpy as of late. So I'm probably actually going to have to do a strip down. I'm still working on my TV series Edward model, but I need to get the whistle and safety valve for the handrails, but I don't know where to get them. The whistle for Edward. Yeah, now that Shapeways is gone, it's kind of rough. I really don't know where to get it. Imagine having a son. Yeah, you're so... I'll bring him over next time, John. Which tender do you prefer on Gordon? The original GNR A1 coal tender or the Fowler tender? I think the Fowler tender looks fine. Alright, so here is my screwdriver set. There's a couple of different screwdriver sizes in here, including, if you guys watch George Limson, there's a pointy tool thing. We need to take off, first of all, we need to take off the coupler pockets, as these are actually in the way. Why is there oil in them? The couplers are in the way of the screws that hold the Terrier down. Well, at least not the back one. But the front one definitely does. We need to remove this screw, which I have a feeling is probably going to be this screwdriver. Yep. See, this is why it's nice to have the foam cradle, so you can do stuff like this. Don't have to worry about damaging the models. Don't have to, like, brace it with one hand. Okay, there we go. Wow, these are really good pliers. Okay. And I have to be really careful because the brakes, or the sand gear, goes directly over top the brake rigging. Okay, so the body's now off of the locomotive, as we can see here. We're going to put this to the side over in the soft portion of the cradle that's kind of angled. And now we can actually see the motor and its housing. I don't really know where to go from here in terms of servicing. I'm also like kind of holding... Oh, actually, you can see it pretty well. Okay. I think it might need its wheels cleaned. How many Terriers do I own? A lot. We're going to go through all of them today, actually. I'm going to service each and every one of my Terriers because they all need it desperately. Well, not desperately, but they all need it. Alright, let's see if I can remove the keeper plate. I want to kind of keep the orientation the same. Okay. So, this is the front. let's remove this. That screw's tight. Remove this. Now, I don't know if any of the wires are soldered to this, or if this is just a keeper plate, or if the pickups are attached to this. If the pickups are attached to this, I'm kind of in trouble. Okay. Okay, the pickups are attached to this. So let's see what comes up with it. So let's just pull up. There we go. Okay. You now have the chassis removed. Probably pop the wheels out as well. Okay, this is the most I've ever dissected a Terrier, by the way. Never actually gotten a good look in here. Okay. I mean, everything in here seems pretty clean, I'll be honest. This is a pretty good looking chassis. There's a lot of grease, but I don't think it's really going to cause any conductivity issues, having all this grease in here. God, you got a lot of thoughts on for me. I've got an N-scale Gordon this year, but when I was running him, his valve gear got stuck, and I slowly ran the model backwards. Yes, that can happen sometimes on models where they just kind of jam up like that. A few days ago, I got Hornby Early LNR A1, bought in Britain. Nice. That's a lovely looking Terrier. Thank you, Crystal Lake. I just noticed these plugs here. Okay, so this is probably how the pickups get power? Yes, it is. Okay. That Hornby, what the hell? Okay, so you got wiper pickups that touch the side of the wheels, that then go to these plunger pickups, that then go to the motor. That is ridiculous. That is very interesting. Thoughts on the Beatles? What's your favorite Beatles song? The Beatles are alright. I don't really have a favorite song, because I don't really listen to them. Movie Yellow Submarine. Never saw a movie Yellow Submarine. Never watched Loud House. European comic book series Lucky Luke, Asterix, and Gaul Tintin. I don't really have thoughts on any of those, to be honest. The Smurfs were good. I watched the Smurfs, and I saw Tintin ages ago. I thought that was alright. This is a Hornby Terrier. This is the Hornby Bembridge. Okay, so let's open up this, because I believe this is what hides the motor, or at least hides the gears for the motor. Let's see what we can resolve. Can I actually get this off without disrupting the gear? I'm just going to get this off without disrupting the gear train. There we go. Okay. I mean, it does look pretty clean in here. I'm not going to lie. This is a pretty... So I don't understand why it's being weird when running. It could very well just be that the wheels need to be cleaned, which I wouldn't be surprised if the wheels needed to be cleaned. How's it going? You know what? It's going alright. I'm actually kind of glad that I'm doing this, because I can actually like dissect this and see what's going on. Because I've never actually dissected the Hornby Terrier before. But now I know how it works, and how it's all set up, which is great. It's always good to learn new stuff in your modeling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get some Q-tips, and I have some rubbing alcohol, and I'm going to clean the wheels. Give me a second, guys. Okay, got some Q-tips. And I'm going to get my bottle of 70% isopropyl alcohol, which I keep under my desk because why not? And I'm going to do some... We can call this spring cleaning. I don't know why I didn't think to call this spring cleaning, because this is exactly what I'm doing. I am spring cleaning my model trains. Okay. Just have to move the track out of the way. So I'm going to service the wheels on the cutting mat. They're rolling away. Who would have thought wheels would roll away? My little sister knocked my Rapido's 16 Hanzo off the table and off the side. The buffer got damaged. When I fixed it, my found the cracks. That sucks, dude. That's an expensive model. I'm glad you were able to fix it, but like, oh, that's rough. Having that drop off a table. Yeah, you can still see what I'm doing. Okay, good. Good. Yes, Annie, I did make the stream happen. Thank God. I'm going to be as careful as I can about this because I don't want to rub off any of the nice paint on the side of the wheels. I'm just doing this to clean the conductivity and get the wheels nice and clean. Well, frankly, they already look pretty clean. Oh, well, I am picking up dirt. I unfortunately don't have a wheel cleaner or a rolling road, which is a bit of a problem. I really should get a rolling road. I should invest in that. Who wants to start a GoFundMe to get me a rolling road? Who wants that? What's your opinion on South African preserved steam, and do you think South Africa has an exotic? I've never seen anything to do with South African preservation, if I'm going to be completely honest. My niche in preservation lies in Northeast American and industrial Britain, as in types of locomotive. So I know nothing when it comes to Africa, even the rest of Europe. Nothing in Africa, nothing in Asia. I know nothing about preservation there. Nothing about the preservation steam. I hope they have a good collection of stuff. It would be a shame. Yes, Annie, this is how you clean wheels. I guess you can call it a pedicure. This is a very destructive pedicure, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think pedicures usually involve removing your legs from your body and then the feet from the legs. But if that's how you want to see it, that's how you see it. Okay. Does it even get wet? I don't think this got wet. There it goes. Alright, finally got some alcohol. Are you planning on getting Bachman Stanley or the 009 Sir Hannah when it releases? Absolutely. I was not planning on getting Stanley when they originally announced it, and then I saw his face. Oh, his face, dude. 100% I'm gonna get Stanley. Sir Handel I already have on pre-order. Sir Handel, unfortunately, will not be lasting long because that's a project for future that you guys will find out about later this year once it's released. You guys will see what I have planned. I'm getting grease. How do you know it could be? Sure, John. Sure, John. Sure. I'm probably going to be bending the rods by doing that. I probably shouldn't be holding the rods like that. That's probably a really bad idea. Oh, that's very dirty. I think I see what the issue is, yeah. 100% that's probably the issue. Is that spot right there. Okay. It's very dirty. Wow, okay. See if I can just pick at that with this. Wait. Is that the nickel plating coming off? Is that a thing? I think the nickel plating stripped off this wheel. Is that possible? You kill Thomas like Hit. I mean, this isn't Thomas, but sure, this is Abermersey. We like Abermersey around here. We find another Q-tip. We're gonna get some more alcohol. All right, cool. All right, more Mr. Al on the Q-tip. Okay, final wheel. Watch none of this improve any of its performance whatsoever. Okay. But the wheel set is cleaned, so really can't complain. As clean as I can get it, I should say. We're going to put the wheel set back over here. While we have the cover for this off, 70% IPA shouldn't remove the plating. No, that's what I'm concerned about, because that spot was there before I started cleaning it. I think that's the reason why this model's been running bad, is because I think maybe at some point in its life it stripped the plating off the wheel. That wasn't the alcohol. That was there prior to me cleaning it. I noticed it as I was quitting with the alcohol. I wish Bachman Branch Line do another batch of the 812s. I do too. I do too. I do think you like African Steam. South African Railways was a lot like England, the way it was styled, but had American-looking engines. Those locomotives, 19Ds and 3VR. I'll look into that. Oh, God. Okay. While we're here, probably unnecessary, but since I'm doing it to all the Terriers, so it's visible, I'm going to put a little bit of the gear oil on the model here. Let's put it on the wheel now. Okay. I think it just ran straight over the body of the Terrier. Oh well. Okay. Let's put this piece back on, which I think goes like this. I think? No, it goes like this. There we go. Now everything matches up. I believe this was the screw for it. Yes. Okay. With that back on, we can now replace the wheels into the chassis. And as you guys can see, these little brass pieces are the bearings. You have to make sure that the bearings line up and allow everything to sit correctly. Okay. Take a look at the pickups while we're here. I forgot the screws were in place. Let's not lose the screws. It's probably a bad idea to lose those. Okay. Yeah, while we're here, I'm just going to kind of bend them straight, because this one's not really straight. Ooh, jeez. Okay. Try and bend this one straight too. Get some of that fuzz off. Because as I mentioned before, the Terriers have really bad conductivity on the tracks. So making them run as smooth as possible is the goal. And when you have gunk on them, that won't allow for conductivity to get through. Okay, gunk is gone, so let's touch all these back together, make sure everything is in contact with one another. Okay, all the pickups are touching, and now we can screw this plate back in, which I've now discovered is sprung to the pickups, which is disgusting in my opinion. It would help if this was properly set on the screw holes. I don't think this one's properly set. Okay, we'll do the back one first, since the front one is refusing to touch. So if we can get this one in, then I think we're golden. There we go. That's in. Ah, there we go. Oh, I put this in backwards. Oops. No, I didn't. What happened here? Something went wrong. I just lost a screw. Oh, there it is. Phew. Okay. I think we really got to center on the contact spot. It doesn't line up 100%, which is kind of weird. Where's my... Oh, here it is. Okay, got that one in. Now we'll do the back one. All the pickups are still in contact, so we're still riding good. Okay, and then we'll do second from the front. And now the final one. Okay. So the chassis is back together. So really quick, I'm just going to pull the track back over. I don't think it made a difference. Let's see. No, it didn't make a difference. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this one. This is a very new development that's not working. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. Little bit of a teardown, and everything comes smoothly. How great is that? Okay. I mean, the last real big job to do here is to put the body back on the chassis. Now, this is a bit of a process because what we have to worry about are the sanding gears in the four corners. Because the Terrier has this fun thing called brake rigging. And there's 4 bars on the brake rigging that go around the sandboxes. Because why wouldn't they? This is hell to try and make sure that you get this through without breaking them. Although I actually think I just figured out the method. On stream, I did it. No problem. Oh my god. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked that that worked so well. That was the best I've ever put a chassis back on a Terrier. I did it. I got the rock up the hill. Okay. Body's back on. We'll put the couplers back on too. Although I do just want to point out that people say the couplers look really clunky on the Terriers, and it's very true. They look so good without the couplers on. They look perfect. And then you put the couplers on, then like they extend 2 meters the wrong way. It's like, okay. You were good for a solid 5 seconds. But there you go. You can pull trains again. So, one last test, and then we can just get back to our regularly scheduled oiling. Much happier. Much happier. I kind of want to get the Bachmann LYR 242 tank engine turned to Albert from the Romeo series. That's fair. The best April Fool's prank is no prank at all. I think I did have a prank planned, but I really don't remember what it was. Okay. Also, someone asked before how many Terriers I owned, and the answer is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like I think I have 11 Terriers. That's my count. And we're going through all but 2 of them. So the next Terrier on the list is Wadden in SECR green. This is 751. This is actually a character in my Wetham Railway AU. Instead of Wadden, this is Liz. This is a beautiful Terrier. See how she runs. Actually pretty clean. But she herself is not clean. She needs a little bit of a dusting. So when dusting down my models, I like to use this very specific paintbrush. It's a very soft brush, a lot of loose bristles. Doesn't really damage any parts. It just removes the dust off the top of the model and makes it look that much better. This is an old Terrier. This is part of the first batch. So she has a lot of dust. She tends to sit. I don't really use her that much, unfortunately. I don't get to use a lot of my engines that much. So she just kind of sits and collects dust, unfortunately, for such a pretty engine. Okay. Enough dilly-dallying. We can finally move on to the next engine in our list. Everyone expects a prank, so no prank is a prank in and of itself. True. Get more? True. Terrier Tuesday, it would seem? True. Hello, Sherry. There's a lot of Terriers, almost a dozen. Yes, and I will be getting more. Little drops of oil. Okay. And a little bit of gear oil. Okay. And I see a hair right here. I'm just gonna remove that. And I think I see one there. It was actually in the oil. Okay. Cool. She's ready. Hello, welcome to the stream. I would try to pronounce her name, but I don't really trust myself to do that well. Do I play Train Simulator? No, I really don't. I will not be giving you Liz, unfortunately. All right, that is Liz figured out. On to the next Terrier. We're now on to Terrier number 5. You ready for this one? You're never gonna guess which Terrier this is. It's Stepney again. This is the old Dapple tooling of Stepney. This is gonna be a rough model. I don't trust this one. This is definitely going to be a strip down. Oh, you're grindy. You're actually very smooth, though. Unfortunately. As loud as you are very smooth. So, let's do a strip. Time to strip. Not like that. I don't know which screws actually undo what. Let's start with the couplers and see from there. Ugh. Okay. There we go. Did that do anything? No. Okay. I'm going to try these 2 screws here. Because they seem to be a different... Wow, really stuck. Okay, hold on. Let me try my other screwdriver that I have a bit better grip on. There we go. This screwdriver seems to work a lot better. I don't know why. I bought that screwdriver set for nothing. Okay, these screws seem to go quite the distance into the model. So I'm going to assume that is what releases it. No? Come on. Okay, it was. Alright. So our true culprit here is the fact that this is an ancient open frame motor. That is the whole reason why it's so loud and noisy. So actually what we're going to do here, because of how old this is we are going to actually use the grease. We're going to grease up the gears, although probably oil would be fine, but these are pretty old tooling. So we're going to take some of this new grease, and we're just gonna... Ooh, geez, alright. It's a bit wet. Just gonna kind of... Let me get a napkin real quick. Let's get the watery stuff out. Okay. I think I got most of the water out. So let's just put some straight grease in there. Okay. Bit of a big drop, but I think if we start up the motor, since it was so smooth, I think we should be able to just slowly run this. Perfect. Alright, it's a healthy amount of grease in there. And just, I don't really know if it's good or bad to mix oil and grease, but we're going to do it anyway. Give it another couple turns. Okay. I'm just going to pop the body back on. There's a crew guy in here. I'm going to pop the body back on just to keep the motor protected as I flip it back upside down. And I take our oil, and I stick it down here and put it in the non-existent bearings. Ooh, that's tight. Okay, everything's oiled up. Let's put it back together. I'm going to use my bigger screwdriver since it seems to have better grip. You see the screw looks a little bit rusted, as part of it has just been sitting in the plastic rather than being useful. Okay, and we will put the couplers back on somehow. There it goes. Oh boy. You should run them full speed off the table. I bet the noise would be great. Well, since this is the old Apple tooling, I do kind of want to throw it at the wall. So, you know, I think it was actually better before I touched it. I'm going to be completely honest. It honestly sounds a little bit crunchier now, I'm going to be completely honest. That's why we don't touch these things. So, we're going to move on. Because this just probably needs... all this needs is just a new motor at this point. That's all we can really do. Alright. The next engine... You guys ready for this? But you're not going to see this one coming. The next engine we're going to be... oh, here's the grease. The next engine we're going to be cleaning is Stepney. This is the BR Black Hornby Stepney model. Yeah, I have a lot of Stepneys. This one probably doesn't actually need too much maintenance. This is actually DCC fit, I just remember that. Ugh. Oh, jeez, okay. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty happy. But we're just going to put some oil on the wheels. Hi, John. Welcome back. John, you just missed the Dapple Stepney adventure. Alright, more oil on the gears. Why are you guys trying to raid my house? Oh, alright, so the oil and stuff has smoothed out that little chopping. Alright, we did it, guys. We're finally on to the final Terrier. We can finally move on from the Terriers and go to a different engine after this one, though. Because you guys aren't going to guess which one this is. You guys ready for this one? It's Stepney! This is the Bluebell Black 50th Anniversary Stepney by Hornby. This is the old Hornby tooling, so it's basically identical to the Dapple one that we just looked at. Let's see how you'll sound. Oh, okay, there you go. Wow, you are slow. Wow, you are very, very slow. Why did you slow down even more? Okay. You were running perfectly fine. You decided to go even slower. Jeez. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Okay, so we're gonna open you up and see what's going on. Because something ain't right. You may need a motor replacement. Okay. Now that I know, because this is literally identical to the Dapple one, it's this screw. It comes out. And it's this one. Oh, this is the Terrier that cuts power to the other engines. That's very funny. I forgot about that. Okay. What is these wires? Why do you have a capacitor? You don't need a capacitor. I think this just needs a motor swap, if I'm going to be totally honest. That's all this really needs. That's a project for future me. This is literally just making sure that the engines work. I'm going to put grease on it. Yeah, we did some testing with this model. Or we were trying to run some trains. We were trying to do a Bluebell Railway train. And so we had Primrose and this Stepney on the same track. Or we tried to double head them. We tried to do something with them. And we tried to run this, and it literally sucked all the power from the track. Just trying to get it to move. And the other engines couldn't run on it. I think this capacitor is... It's not like it's cutting power to other locos. It's more that it's taking so much power from the rails that if you put another train on the tracks with it, it's not going to run. Like, let me get a little example. What's an engine I don't like in here? Actually, no, I'm just going to use the next engine up in the lineup, for example, because I know she works pretty well. Is that a part of the model, or is that foam? Never noticed that. So this is Primrose. Let's see if I can get the controller in shot as well. Here we go. Controller in shot. If I bring her up to... Okay, so we're on. Okay, that's about halfway up. And then I put Stepney on. I go halfway up. They can't work together. They literally just... They can't. Because Stepney eats all the power trying to go to the other loco. It's very funny. It's very funny. This model, I have a feeling it has something to do with this capacitor. I don't think this model needs a capacitor. Frankly, it made us need a motor swap altogether, which seems to be an easy enough job. I need to look at the other Dapple Terrier, because I don't... Why do you have 2 sets of pickups? You don't need that many. I think these yellow wires are redundant, if I'm going to be totally honest. I don't... Oh, wait, no, these pickups were separate. Oh. They're not redundant. I think I need to look at how the Dapple Terrier is set up again, because what the hell is going on here? This is a very weird model. I then make completely stopped every local from getting power. No, no, I meant it just takes all the power. It's really funny. Yeah, I have a feeling it probably has something to do with this. This looks puffed up. Maybe it's supposed to be look like that. I don't know. I don't think it needs this. I don't think it really needs. What's it called? I don't think it needs this balloon. It doesn't need a balloon boy. What is it called? Why can't I think of its word? The thing that holds extra power. I literally said it before. I can't think of the word. I don't think it needs this. I think that's probably part of the issue. And I'll do that in a future thing. I'll take it off. But today we have so many model trains to get through. We're literally just finishing up the Terriers. Yeah, I do think it's the old motor. It still works. Frankly, I could just probably get a new motor as well. Just trying to figure out how to mount it. And capacitor, thank you. I think I'm trying to figure out how to mount a brand new motor in here that's like not the same as this. Might be a bit of an issue. But they probably still make these motors. I could probably just get another cheap one. Okay, enough fussing. Let's you got your grease. That's a good step in the right direction. We'll put some oil on your axles. It's not really going to help anything because you can barely move, but yeah, back on you go. Yeah, I don't think the Dapple Terrier had a capacitor. So, I don't... If the Dapple Terrier doesn't need a capacitor, does the brand new modern one really need one? Hello, Grounder. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's oil up your axles, and you'll be on your way. Okay. Do a quick check. Yeah, you smell. You smell like a burning motor. That's at least one Freddy Fazbear. It's not Freddy Fazbear. Wow, we've been going for an hour, and we've only gotten through 9 locos, but now it's going to be 10 with the next Bluebell engine. This is Primrose. This is a P-Class. So we've gone from Terriers to an engine based off the Terriers. Alright, so now I'm not going to fit the Dapple Stepney, or the Hornby 50 Stepney with the, sorry, I just tapped the microphone. I'm not going to fit it with an SUV engine. Anyway, Primrose is actually one of my best runners, by far. Never maintained her, but she's still 100% one of my smoothest, one of my quietest. So we are just going to give her a little bit of oil on her axles. Rings such a good little engine. Enough grease and oil and we can start a fire. Horrible. Imagine having a Primrose like a double. Haha! You got scammed out of your P-Class. Look at that, you're even quieter now. Well, I think it's just because of the track there. Oh, okay. Oh, it's your couplers scraping on the track thing. It's very funny. Anyway, Primrose, you are my favorite little baby, and you work all the time. You are such a good little engine. Thank you for being you. And next up for the little fucking oh, I just swore. Oops. Next up for the rascal of my fleet. This is Forrest. This is a Hornby W4 Packet. This engine, actually, she's a really good runner, but in, like, the lore that John and I have made up for her, she is, she has been quite the little rascal in lore, but she's another really good runner. This is why I'm always, like, for getting more modern engines, is because you'll have such better luck with them. You won't have to maintain them as much. Even though it's always good to do, like, yearly services on your models, more modern engines don't need that much maintenance. Like, I've had this model since it was released in, like, 2019, 2020, I want to say. And she has just gone. No maintenance. Okay. A little bit of grease, or a little bit of gear oil. Give her her little static sprint. Wow, she is smooth. Wow. Another really good model. She's a very, very good model. Love her. Love her. Thank you, Forrest, for being a good engine. Okay, who's next? So, the next engine we have is the Hornby H-Class, which I have given the nameplate Sir Brian Robertson. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you, that is the first Class 42 warship. I believe it is. I believe it's the first. I got a warship to make into, what's the word? Diesel 10, obviously. And, it just came with the nameplates, like, added by the owner. So I took them off, because it was only held on with double tack tape, and I put it straight on this engine. That's its name now. It's named after a warship. Did I even run you? Or did I just put you on the track and then dust you? Okay, there you go. Another pretty smooth engine. It's very funny that, like, all these engines I'm doing right now are the Wetham characters. Like, this is a Wetham model. This runs on my layout. And yet, even after all this running, it is still really smooth. Hey, what's up? It's going pretty well, if I do say so. Apart from me being sick, but we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Alright. A little bit of oil on the axles. How is 39 going? I haven't touched her in a while. I'm gonna repaint her sometime this month. So, that's where that stands. I haven't touched her DCC fit. I got a new motor, but it's the same issue. I do think it's the decoder, so I'm probably just gonna get a new decoder. Alright. Now we got a beefcake of a model. This is the Rapido 15XX. This is the plain black one because I'm going to be repainting this into a really fun color. I would like to do that sometime this year, but probably not because of all the other projects I have going on. But I have the water slide transfers for it, so I might as well. Alright. Oh, I didn't even test you. This is a very interesting model, because this is like my first Rapido model. And it runs really smooth. I'll give him that. But it's very sensitive to gradient changes. Like, if it's going uphill, it'll slow down to a crawl. And if it's going downhill, it will fly down. Like, it's almost realistic running it on DC. Where you really have to deal with, like, grades and hills and stuff like that. Like, it really... It is something of a model to run. And this could be... I've heard, like, that is kind of an issue with some of them, and other ones, they're, like, perfectly fine. Yeah, you're pretty smooth, though. You're a pretty new model in the first place, so... I don't expect you to really need too much maintenance. But... it never hurts to lubricate your models. And, wow, you have some giant wheels. Now, I was saying before that, you know, you can buy a kit of this oil. You would pretty much never have to get another bottle of oil, because these last you forever. You only need the tiniest drop on each axle, and so these bottles last you forever. You would never know I got this bottle like 3 years ago. Like, it looks like I've just, like, barely started using it. Wow, even quieter. See, now that we're away from all the old Terriers and, like, digging them apart, we're really flying through these models. Alright, next up, we got a Bachmann BR Class 08. This is just a really nice model. Like, apart from it being, like, diesel and whatever. It's a really nice model. Mine I bought as a noisy runner. I don't know if it's going to come... I hope it comes across on camera. It basically sounds like a diesel without, like, the sounds. Like, I don't need to, like, DCC fit this with sounds. It just makes the noises. But other than that, it's a really quiet model. Not quiet. It's a really smooth model. So we're just going to, unfortunately, I have a feeling this, I hope this doesn't kill all the sound in it, because I really do like the grinding. Gonna put the oil on the axles, as usual. I'm not gonna put any grease on the gears, or any of that, because I want to maintain as much of that grinding noise as possible. Which, you know, probably isn't good, that I want to maintain that noise, but it's so much part of this model's character that made me fall in love with this model. Thank God. Alright. It is the motor that's making the noise. That makes me happy, because I really like hearing it grind around. It's very funny. Alright. That's Diesel. Alright, now it's time for the baby. The absolute baby. I hope the crews are gonna fly around. This is the Rustin 48 by Hornby. Rustin Hornby. Hornby Rustin 48 DS diesel. This is such a tiny little dude. Really good runner. Bit grindy. It also has the Laurie's Mechanical Marvels figure pack in there. I don't really know. Oh. There you go. Look at that. So you got Laurie, and we got Charles. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I actually have spots to get to the thing, the gears, which are nice. Let's put some oil on the axle. There and there. Okay. Then we'll put down some gear oil. Okay. Now we give it a bit of a spin. His name is Lawrie. Lawrie. So you should check out Laurie's Mechanical Marbles because it's a really cool channel. Okay, we're now on to one of my newest additions. Actually, apart from Stepney, this is my newest addition to my fleet. This is the Helgen Class 07. Oh, my battery is about to die. So what we're going to do is we're going to change to the Be Right Back scene. And don't worry, guys, I planned for this. Alright, you guys can still hear me. That's good. I planned ahead for this. I bought spare batteries. So I can change out the batteries on a whim. We can get straight back to modeling. Okay. All right. Now, switch back. Yeah, all right. I didn't test this beforehand, so I'm really glad that worked. Let me get under here and just swap out the batteries real quick. Alright, I got 3 batteries now that I can interchange, so when one starts to die, I can plug in the other one. That's good. That's great. Alright. Let's get back to it. We can now start to oil the Helgen Class 08. Actually, look, you have gear on, or, yeah, grease on your axle. What's this, the plastic? I don't know. No, it's grease. Interesting. I'll put the gear oil down. Any of the models I have exposed gears. I didn't even like test you, did I? Oh well. I know how they work. It's a really fun model. Alright. We finally made it to the final engine of the Wetham fleet. By the way, the Wetham fleet started with Stepney. So, Stepney was part of Wetham. So all those engines between Stepney to this one, those are all the Wetham crew. This is the final engine of the fleet. This is the Hornby H1 Atlantic. Its name right now is La France, but if you are really good or know your models, I have renumbered it to 38. This is going to be the Wetham character Rotherport, which is a fictional H-class. Well, not fictional, but it's a different history for the number 38. I also forgot to test you first before putting you in your foam cradle. Okay, you're on the tracks. Pretty smooth runner. No, I'm just sitting here and the sickness is starting to get to me. Alright. It's alright. This one honestly shouldn't take too long, just because it's really just the driver wheels. I can lube up this too. Grease and oil. These parts don't really have like bearings or anything, so we'll just oil the parts there. I'm not actually gonna. Oh, well, you know what? You have the axle boxes, so I'll oil you in the axle boxes. Okay, let's oil on all the wheels. I really wish I had like a rolling road. I feel like a rolling road would be so beneficial to me with my very minimal space. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. We're finally moving away from the Wetham crew, which is mostly made up of Southern engines. And we're going to take a brief little step into the Western region. John, I hope you're still here, because now we're in your territory. Here we have the Bachmann Prairie, number 5555. I think it's a small prairie, pretty sure. I did a tiny little weathering job to this, and by tiny little weathering job, I mean I put a black wash over it, and you really can't tell that there's one, but in person you can kind of see it. Alright, give it a little test. A decent runner. As to be expected. Okay. Still a good runner. All right. Now the next model actually doesn't need its tender, so I'm actually just going to remove the tender since it's just a dummy. And it's an old Bachmann tooling, so it can be disconnected from the tender. So, here we have the Bachmann Hall class. Nothing real special about this one. This is a neat little model to have in the collection. So, let's give it a little test. I think I remember you having some issues when I first got you, and I had to fix it. I think it's like one of the wheels was like out of turn. So I probably don't need... And also one of your pickup... Like, this pickup isn't actually touching the wheel, and yet it's still a really fantastic runner. Okay. Actually pulled itself out of my hands. All right. Good model, good model, good model. It's going to reconnect it to its tender. Okay, there we go. Okay, next up is one of my favorite looking engines in my collection. This is a Bachmann Pannier, weathered by TMC. This is such a fun looking model. I love it so much. Oh, God. All right. I'm pretty sure it's actually a pretty decent runner as well. It's all right. I mean, it's all right. I think I do actually want to put a little bit of oil on the gears. So let's see if we can figure out how this one comes apart, because I've never actually taken apart the Bachmann Pannier before. So we're going to learn together. Okay. Hi, John. Welcome back. Going to assume it's this screw. And maybe there's another screw under the back coupler. Come on. Come out. There we go. Yep, there you are. Do you pop right out? Yeah, you do. All right. Oh, God. Oh, that's solder. Oh. Oh, God. There's a lot of solder blobs on here that don't look good. Oh, you don't have a cab floor. Oh, that's... wow. What's that? God, the weight is held in with putty. Or black tack. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is something. That is something, all right. Okay. Oil on the motor. I am having fun, actually. This is quite enjoyable. Okay, I'll pop you back into the body. And before I screw you down real quick, I'm just gonna Oil your wheels. Okay, and now we screw you back together. As long as they don't lose the screws. Alright, that one goes back there. Let's try you out. Yeah, I'm slightly quieter, I think, than when we started. I think another thing I can try for noise reduction is to actually put some oil on the side rods. Shut up. Who's honking outside? And the oil here, 100%, is like the tiniest little drops you can ever do. All right. Yep. A little bit more noise reduction. Okay. We now have another pannier tank. And our next one this is Duck. Duck, the Great Western engine. This is my custom Duck. I bought off of a GBH train, I believe it was. So I still need to do the front numbers, but it has the 5741 number boards. He's very slow. But he is quiet. So. Oh, DCC on board. Okay. Probably take a look into removing that then. Alright, that was a quick look at Duck. Alright, we got one more Great Western engine, and then it's on to some more fun trains. So, this is a problematic one. This is the Helgen, I actually don't run I think it's a 1360, something like that. These are notoriously bad runners. God, I'm running. I'm feeling good. Yeah, you're a squeakly little pig. I don't even know how we'd come apart. I'm gonna be totally honest. Probably some stupid way. There's actually pots 1361 class, thank you. Hello, Dookie, welcome to the stream. That's some thick axles, oh my goodness. Alright, we have oiling pots for the gears, which is nice, so I'm just gonna dump a buttload to all these pots. Probably flooding the mechanism with oil, but oh well. Yeah, what do we get? Bradley, thank you for joining. Thank you for subscribing. Alright, I'm gonna do what I just did to the other pannier, and I'm gonna put some dirt on you. I'm gonna put some oil on the crank pins. That is a really good point to join the massive axles part. You know what? We're doing really good. We're going to do one more model, and then I'm actually going to take a couple minute break because I'm really not feeling good because of this cold. So I just need to lay down for a minute or two. So this next model that we're going to do, or the last one for a minute, is the ever classic Bachmann Gente. I think this is part of my last Hatton's order, and I really haven't run it since I got it from Hatton's. Oh, and that was a mistake. Ugh. Oh, you are a grindy boy. Okay, you're gonna need a strip down. Alright. Come on. Jeez. Oh, I broke it! No, you're kidding! Ah. That sucks. Can I, like, super glue this one in? See a big plot of fuzz right there. His coupler broke. That's gonna be a problem for future me to figure out. I don't even know where the pocket went. It went like over here, I think. There it is. Well, no more pulling trains for this guy. Or at least backwards. Yeah, so this is how it's supposed to look. This is how the full coupler is supposed to look. It's supposed to be a little triangle on the back. The triangle sheared on this one because, as you can see, it's a very thin little piece of plastic to allow the coupler to sway side to side. It's a very fragile point. And if it's stuck in there... I forgot to put the panniers back on. Oops! Oh well, they're weathered. I can tell which ones are which. I was working on my Athearn Genesis SD70 ACE and knocked it off the table. Oh, that's rough. Alright, well, let's take a look at the Ginty and see what I can do otherwise. The ever classic Bachmann motor that is used on pretty much every single one of their models. Ooh, my gear oil. I think I'm also going to take off the keeper plate because it looks like there's a bunch of dust that's stuck between the brakes and everything. Yeah, so what was a simple repair job now means new wheels and front truck and the detail parts are damaged. Well, that's good. Just bent the wheels and warped the front truck. That's not so good. Okay, what's coming off here? Oh, it's soldered. Shoot. There's no getting this piece off, is there? Nope. Well, let's just take a Q-tip and see if I can wipe away some of this hair. Not a lot of space between the wheels and the brakes. Get a pick or something in there. I'm trying to remember which way's forward. I think this way's forward. Lost the screw again. Yay. Should I put some of the white grease on the stars? Don't put the white grease on the rods. That is purely for the gears. When lubricating the rods, you just want to use standard oil. Okay, screw went tumbling and now it's missing. Yay. Oop, is that it? There it is. Okay. Now after all that fussing, let's put some grease onto the gears here. Not a lot, just a little. Okay. Bit of oil. Okay. I think this is the front. See if this fits. Maybe not. Let's see. Maybe this way. No, no. This has to be the front. There it goes. Where are my tweezers? Here they are. No, I'll help if this is actually sitting correctly. There we go. Okay. A bit quieter now, yeah. didn't even oil her wheels yet. Let me also put her couplers back in. Or her coupler, since now one of them was broken. Okay. Okay. There she goes. All right. Now, I am really not feeling good. After having to just do a strip down after saying, okay, I was oil this, and I'm gonna go take a break. I have to do a strip down, so I'm really not feeling good now. So, I'm not gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna go dead for a while. I'm gonna go sit down for a couple minutes. So, if you wanna stay on the stream, enjoy the music, have it on in the background while you guys do work, I'm gonna turn up the music. If you guys go ahead and click off and go do other things, totally understandable. But, yeah, I will see you guys in a few minutes. honestly, I'm surprised. I don't know, maybe my stream is delayed. It says there's 7 people, but I don't know how much I believe that. Yeah. Alright, it's time to get back to model making, because that is what we are all here for. So, the next model up on the list, actually, well, first of all, let's put some of these parts back, because I think the pannier needs its pieces back. So let's do the pannier real quick. Just put your couplers back on. It should take all of 2 seconds. And 2. Okay. Now we can move on to the fun ones. We are through the Great Western, we are through the Wetham, and now it's time to move on to everybody's favorite heritage railway, the Bluebell Railway. This is the new released Akira scale Bluebell. Previously Hatton's. This really probably doesn't need much maintenance, if at all. Hello, Lego Boy 55. I'm just gonna bring my water over here. Okay. Alright, let's just give her a quick check. I think she should be alright for the most part, yeah. Yeah, surprisingly a little stiff, but I don't think it's anything a little bit of a lubricant can fix. Everything's going right now that we're back from our little 15-minute intermission. I think it was about 15 minutes. I hope it was about 15 minutes. Or a little bit longer. Alright. Quick little oil. I never actually opened up the P classes before. But, let's see how well just a little bit of oil on the wheels does. Still has a bit of conductivity issues. Where are your pickups? I got some very thin pickups. That might be the issue. Might be the issue here, but other than that, it seemed to run pretty well. Yeah, we love Bluebell though. Okay. Now the next engine in our Bluebell fleet will be Nettle. And actually give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Unexpected interruption, but we are once again back. So here is the other Bluebell P class. This is Nettle, so we have the three sisters. Let's see, I think she's also a pretty decent runner. Yeah, she is pretty good. Okay, so I'll do a little flippy flip and a little more lubrication on the bearings. All right. Okay. Yeah, you're good. I have to do maintenance on one of my trains. I had to fix the Bachmann Oliver eyes because they were a bit wonky, but I'm sure that's good. All right. Now the next member of my Bluebell fleet is another very pretty one. All right, this is the Bachmann C class. Beautiful, beautiful model. And it'll go very nicely with the 01 that I have on pre-order from Rapido. All right, let's get you fully on the rails. Let's see. Very smooth. A little dust. Haven't been doing this to all the models, but a lot of them do need a dusting. Okay. Once again, no need to take anything apart on this one. Just a little bit of oil on the axles. That should do the trick. All right, geez. You know, it's kind of a shame because there's all these wires that go between the C-Class loco and tender, and yet none of them are for pickups. They are all for a potential sound decoder to install in the model. Ain't that Train from Thomas Friends 2? No, this is not a character from Thomas. This is SECRC class. This is never in Thomas in any way, shape, or form. Very pretty engine, though. And she seems to be running A-OK. Get back up there. There you go. Alright, next one. We've already seen this model before in a different paint and a different number. This is another Hornby C class. This is the Bluebell one, number 263. Another beautiful engine. I'm really glad to have it in my collection. Wanted one forever. I finally got one for Christmas this year. Pretty alright runner. Little bit noisy, but nothing to its detriment. A little bit of oil, a little bit of oil, a little bit of oil, and a little bit of oil. There we go. I think maybe some on the bogey wouldn't hurt. bring down the friction coefficient or whatever the words are. Whistle got a little stuck. So what does the lubricator do? The lubricator, or the oil, goes into the bearing, and the bearing is where the wheel contacts the, what's the word? It's where the wheel contacts the chassis. It's a very high friction point, and that can sometimes cause models to run a little bit poorly. So, putting the oil in the bearing helps the model to run better, simply put. It makes it a little bit quieter, makes it a little bit smoother. It's very neat, very handy. Alright, another one of my personal favorites. This is the Bachmann E4 Birch Grove. Once again, another Bluebell engine. Those are just so pretty. Marsh Umber is one of my favorite paints for model trains, or for just trains in general. And not a lot of companies make it. So you really should oil your trains. The Bachmann Thomas models especially are very, very not good. Like, everything still works. I've never oiled most of these models, and they still run almost as well as they came out of the box. Some examples being like Primrose and Forest before. Birch Grove 2 really doesn't need an oiling, but it helps keep the model working like it should. It's not going to do this like every single time you run it. This is like, once a year, crack out your models, give them a little bit of oil, makes them happy. So where do you get the lubricant stuff? That's a great question. There are different lubricants you can get, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I use the XL Lubricants brand, which you can get online. Walthers also makes their own brand of lubricants, which is just as good. And yeah, really just like look online, hobby shops, look for light oils is what you really need. You don't need anything more than light. But as I've demonstrated previously with engines such as the Dapple Terriers and what was the other one? Yeah, really just like the Dapple Terriers. It doesn't hurt to get the gear oil as well, because that you put directly onto the gears, and that also helps bring the noise down and everything run cleaner. I'll show you in a minute like what some engines can use gear oil, or like how to use gear oil, because I have some engines which desperately need maintenance. Actually, I'm not going to pull them out next, but very soon, pretty much after this model, or next two models. This one doesn't need the tender attached because it's just a drawbar. This is, let's to the side. This is the Bachmann, I think it's a Standard 5, Camelot. Beautiful model. And I really don't run this one too much, but I think this would look really good on like a preservation train. I really should run. I should run a lot of my engines more. Also very good, very quiet. I would not recommend getting your Bachmann trains from Amazon, as they sell them for retail price, and that can be unreasonably expensive. If I was to recommend a place, maybe bias, if you are in the US, I would recommend getting them through Train World. If you're in the UK, Rails of Sheffield is starting to get them in. Yeah, as Bachmann starts to release their models to the greater UK market. All right. But I don't know where else you can really get Bachmann models. Is that? Oh, that's my hair in the corner of the screen, sorry. My camera's like directly over my head right now, so there's like really no way I can look into this without getting my hair a little bit in shot. So the oil that I use, that you should be using for models like the Bachmann stuff, are these light oils. These are made, these are made for model train stuff. They're compatible with plastic, so they don't damage anything. Again, Walthers and Excel Lubricants. Those are the two that I mainly know, but there are other brands you can get. If you go to trainrule.com, I think there's a whole maintenance supply, like a whole maintenance page that you can get stuff from. If you look up oil, you should be able to find some different stuff. I have a 4-pack, and the 4-pack has served me really well. I'll show off the 4-pack again really quick. So it comes with light oil, it comes with medium oil, which you really only need for model trains that are being a bit more stubborn, gear oil, which goes directly onto the gears, and grease, which you use for very old models that are like completely like dry, more or less, basically. But yeah, the main two that I seem to use are light and gear oil, because you really don't need to do anything more than light, especially when it comes to newer models like this. And if you regularly maintain your models, there's really no reason to do anything more than light. But if you buy older models, it's okay to have the medium. Alright, next one I actually need to get it out of its box, because I never took it out. Oh, where is its box, though? Ah, there it is. It's buried under a couple things. Come on out. Don't be shy. Now this one has been seen on the channel before. There's a whole video dedicated to him. This is my custom Planet Industrials Thomas the Tank Engine. And I forgot to turn off my camera in between that break session, so I need to switch out the batteries again. So let me switch over to the ERA backseat, but I'm gonna stay unmuted this time. The music's just gonna be a lot louder now. Okay, that battery's out. New batteries in. Let's see if it'll charge. Oh, that's not good. I have something new at all. At the same time, it seems like I need to get a full battery charger. I think once this battery's done, that'll be the end of the stream. It looks like. Oh, didn't connect. Why didn't it connect? Hold up. What happened? There it goes. There we go. All right. All right, make a good model train. Thank you. Yeah, this model is supposed to kind of be a representation of the Day Out with Thomas models. There's a whole video on my channel going over how I made this model. The most recent addition I did to it was finally adding the number 1. I still gotta paint the wheels blue, but it's for future me to deal with. This model's a pretty smooth runner already. Alright. So, a little bit of oil on the bearings. A bit hard to get to, actually, on this guy. The front wheel is the geared wheel, so it doesn't move all too much. Okay, but there we go. And a little bit of a break-in. No, you don't oil the HO scale tracks because that is how the power flows between the train. So you need the rails to be clean. The way you clean the rails is with a rail cleaner. I have a track cleaner somewhere. Oh, where is it? There we go. This one's a bit dirty, but this is a track cleaner. The best ones you get are called Bright Boys. It's basically just an eraser. You just kind of take it over the top of the rail, just kind of rub it back and forth. I'm shaking my whole setup right here, but it's for the greater good. Yeah, so that's how you clean your tracks. Use this. There are clock training solutions, but you don't oil the tracks. Alright, and that is Thomas. So, we'll put him away, and now we can move on to a different engine, and I can show you how the gear oil and grease works. So, this is my Bachmann Daisy. This is one of Bachmann's newest models. And I have not run it properly since it was seen in Tales of the NWR back in 2022. And the last time I tried to run her, she ran horribly. She's a little bit better now. But she ran really bad. So I'm going to show you how to use grease and oil to fix a model train. The best model train I have in terms of performance, I think Primrose is one of my best because I use her a lot and she stays pretty decent all the time. In terms of looks, I think Bluebell is probably one of my best looking models. Yeah, there's a lot of different terms for best that you can identify. Yeah. So this Daisy, after sitting dormant for a very long time, decided not to work. Actually, you know what? She seems to be working okay right now because I did oil her a couple of months ago. So instead of doing Daisy, we're going to do a different model that for sure definitely needs a new motor, first of all. But could also just do with... See, that was my thinking. I thought that Daisy should have been a better runner, purely because she is like one of the newest ones. And yet, after sitting dormant for a long time, she stopped working. She didn't want to run. And that's a bit concerning, that leaving her... granted, I left her sitting for 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, without doing anything. But still, that's not good. And what's even more concerning is that one of my best runners in the Thomas range is one that I haven't used in at least a decade, which is Emily. I haven't run Emily. I don't remember the last time I ran Emily prior to testing her a couple of months ago. And Emily ran beautifully. She ran as if she was a brand new model. So, very concerning performance from Daisy that she didn't want to work. But this here is an engine that absolutely needs maintenance. This is my custom Thomas & Friends TV series styled Stepney, the Bluebell engine. Because why not have another Stepney? So this Stepney is a very poor performer because he, shockingly, when he went to Northlands, he did really well, and then he picked up a bunch of dirt and he stopped working. Although now that I say that, I was actually working pretty smoothly. Oh, there he goes. Come on, come on. So we're going to take him apart, which shouldn't take too long. It's like 2 screws. Yeah, it's just a screw, I think. Hi, John. Welcome back. It's a flathead. Okay, we can actually use one of the flathead screwdrivers in the screwdriver set. Okay. Out he comes. Here is Stepney. This is the old Dapple Terrier chassis, as I had discussed previously in these videos. It's not the best, but this definitely needs oil and grease. Just needs overall servicing. So, we have the chassis out. Here is what we use on old models that really need it. We take the grease and we simply put a dollop on the gears. There you go. And now we start up the chassis, and then I'll get the grease flowing. All right. I missed a couple of comments. Okay, so where did I get this? I got this from Noah, the LBSE Thomas, a couple of years ago. I like to make my own Stepney. This is his custom body shell for Stepney that fits on top of the old Dapple Terrier chassis. Please let Emily run. She needs to wake up from her eternal slumber. That's very true. Sometimes when I'm done with my trains, I put them on my shelf, and after a week or two, I'd like to run them to see if they run. Yeah, it's always good to make sure that they work. Yeah, I think the biggest issue with this model is just that it needs work done. It needs to be clean. I need to take off the keeper plate and clean up the pickups and all that stuff. Make it nice and clean again. But grease and oil is a good place to start. Do the same thing with the oil that I just did with the grease. And this a lot slower, so the oil doesn't go flying everywhere. There's really no need to do a close-up because it is quite literally just you take the tip of the bottle and just gently squeeze a little drop onto the teeth of the gear here. I guess I can zoom in a little bit. Here, I'm using my laptop as reference of what I'm doing here, so I can see, make sure you guys can see it. So, all these bottles have these nice little metal tips that make it super easy to get into the crevices and place them. And you lightly squeeze the bottle until a bead comes out. I'm not putting a bead down because I already did this, and it's bad to over oil. You just take the little bead and simply drip it onto the gear. You drip it onto the teeth here, and you're pretty much good to go. All right. I'm just going to put a little bit of oil on the shaft right here. I think it's not going to make that much of a difference, but it doesn't hurt. I'll put the body back on. This is simply just one screw holding it all together. Ah, it ran away. All right, that is marginally better than where we started. I mean, honestly, that is most of my collection. I don't really know if I should do the Bachman Thomas models because I don't really know where those are going. Those are all going to get, like, replaced, or I don't know what's going to happen with them. I don't know, I don't see anything else that I need to do straight away. That might be it, honestly. I do have Donald Douglas, but again, I'm not using them for a while. I have a Flying Scotsman. I could do that. And a B16. They're buried under a bunch of boxes. Yeah, let me get them. And those will be the last models of these this stream. There's really nothing left to do that I run regularly. All right. Let's get these guys out of their boxes. All right, so second to last model we have, this is an LNER B16. This is Kilverston Hall. Will be renumbered and renamed to a different engine in the near future. But that is a secret project that will be revealed at a much, much later date. Let's see how you run. Ah, wrong way. You are reverse polarity. I will keep that in mind. I'll have to take you apart and do some more service. All right. Flip you over. And a little drop of oil there. A little drop of oil there. Drop of oil there. And there. Pickups are weird. And there. Final one down there. Okay. We'll just do you have pickups? You have wiper pickups. Okay. So, not the biggest issue to do that. Alright, and just for complete safety's sake, we'll do tiniest little drops on the coupling rods. This is another thing that, like, you don't have to do, but if you have a especially noisy model, you can oil the coupling rods. It's really not necessary, but it helps. Okay, put you back on the rails, and we'll do a little motion test. All right. Ah, much quieter. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm going to put you back in your box. And then we'll take out the final one. There you go. Gosh, it's such a complicated box. Alright, this final boyo I'm going to show in its complete size because it'd be wrong not to. This is, oh god, really big. That's which one sideways. Actually, well, that's kind of straight on camera. This is the LNER, or this is the Hornby Flying Scotsman in 2004 NRM condition. So it's the apple green with the smoke deflectors. This is such a good look for Scotsman, in my opinion. And we're only going to focus on the locomotive because the loco and tender are separate, and I believe it can run without it. Alright, give you a test. There you go. This is a lovely, lovely model. Frankly, doesn't need that much work to it. But we will, of course, give it the oil, as we've given to every other engine in this collection. Funny thing about this model is that it actually doesn't have flanges on the back wheels, so it can navigate 18-inch radius corners. That's the drivers. Do the pilot real quick. And just because, see if we can get some oil down there. Okay, yeah. All right. I know they made Hornby Thomas models. Do you know where I can get them, or don't they make them anymore? Yeah, the Hornby hasn't made the Thomas stuff since like 2018. It's been a while. Oh wow, your wheels are corroded. All right, you really need. Well, they're not corroded. They're very dirty. Okay. So you will need your wheels cleaned. Yeah, we're gonna put the Q-tips. Oh god, they're all the way back here. So it looks like really bad. I'm actually just gonna see if I can scrape it off. Ooh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is dirty. That's very, very dirty. Yeah, I think in the future, I could do it now, I guess. Yeah, her wheels are so dirty, they're actually like stalling. All right. This isn't corroded. This is purely just dirt buildup. I actually don't know how this comes apart. I've never taken this model apart before. Okay, I think I see what I have to do. So I need the big screwdriver, big flat head. I'm going to remove the boat. Oh, this is actually too big. Let's see what a normal size one does. Let me try my other screwdriver. Well, dirt buildup is going to happen no matter what you do. You cannot avoid dirt buildup. It's always going to happen. Okay, this doesn't want to come off, so I'm going to assume it's supposed to stay off. So the only way you can't prevent dirt buildup, so it's best to just clean your wheels and your tracks regularly. Because there's nothing you can do about it. That's just the nature of electric contacts. Oh, you have a plastic fish, not fish plate, plastic insulating O-ring. Okay, good to note. Right, that's all. I'm going to assume this screw holds the cylinders to the frame, and I don't want to remove that, so we're going to take the flathead screwdriver, and we're going to disconnect the, unless, no, okay, let's try this one. Yes, okay. Now I don't see anything. I'm going to assume that that screw back here is what's keeping this in place. Dirt is a very easy thing to clean. I showed you how to do it on the track with that simple eraser. On the wheels, it's as simple as taking a Q-tip to it. Still something. Okay, I do think this screw actually is holding it in place, or something in place. I don't know what this screw is holding in, though. It unscrewed itself and then fell in. Okay, so I don't think that was holding that in place. That was holding something else in place that I think is now loose in here. Up you go, Scott. Come on, please. I don't know what else is holding this in place. Doesn't look like anything else is. Oh, it's that. Oh, I gotta change the music. Oops. Oopsie. That's funny. Okay. So the chassis is free. But this piece here is not. Just scratching this. Ugh. Not a good look. It's too big for this, right? Oh, no. Perfect. God, I wish this was a little slightly longer. Yeah, I'm just rounding out the edges. That's not good. I don't know what the hell I just did, though. What was that? Oh, that's not good. You're out of alignment with the motor. What happened? What did I do to you? See, this is why I didn't want to touch this, because now you're freewheeling. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to clean the wheels. So I messed this up. I'm going to try to remove the keeper plate so I can see a little bit more of what I'm doing. Actually, I think the brake rings are just in the way. Oh, well, the brake ring is attached. Okay. Okay. I can see a little bit more of what I'm doing now. This piece looks like it's been broken off and glued back on over time. You know what? Does it still have the manual or anything in this? There we go. Yeah, okay. I gotta remove this, but I don't know how. It doesn't say how. Sorry, the stream's become kind of quiet now. It's because I'm just trying to figure out how to remove this. I don't really know if this is actually doing anything. So I'm not actually doing any of the Thomas engines because there's really no need for me to do them. Right now, I am trying to remove the speedo of the Flying Scotsman model, Interim Scotsman, so I can get a better look at the chassis and do some cleaning. I've quite literally done all of my engines. This is literally the last one. But it seems to be having the most trouble out of any of them. Yes, this whole stream has been doing maintenance on all of my models. And Scotsman here is proving to be the most difficult. I don't know what to do here. I really don't. No, that's not sitting right. I do have the Bachmann Salty, but I don't use him ever. He is missing a buffer, so I need to replace that. See, now this keeper plate isn't sitting right. Oh god. Such a nice model, yet it fell apart so quickly. Okay, brake rigging's back in place. But still have the issue of trying to get this off, because now the motor is free floating in here, which means it can't run. I don't want to just like rip it off. I don't think it's supposed to just rip off. Jeez, that probably wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. Managed to pry it off. Which means we can finally check out the chassis. See what the hell happened. Okay, finally. That was a pain. Okay, so that's the screw I undid. Just going to quickly replace that one. I think it was just this one. Okay. That was a very long process to get literally nowhere. But we finally are here. And now I can finally clean the wheels. That was this whole process. The entire time I was doing that was just so I can clean the wheels on Scotsman because of how dirty they were. Can you believe that? 30 something minutes just to clean the wheels. Wow, what a pain that was. Now the pickups aren't working though. See, this wouldn't have been so much of a pain if I had stopped fiddling with it. Aren't you guys so glad that I spent so long just trying to fix Scotsman that we got like an extra 30 minutes of stream? Sorry. As well as I'm blocking the camera view. Okay. Hopefully that's all pickups in the right place. Looks a lot more flush. Just check. Okay. I don't know what else is causing the motor to stall right now. I don't really think I can get to it because of how kind of like clamped down it is in there. I think half the problems would have been solved if I just hadn't removed this one screw. I wonder if I can tighten this screw down anymore. There we go. Alright, I think she's eating a pickup. Oh no, she was just clicking on the brake rigging. Okay. Let's put the brake rigging back in place then. We're almost done with this. After I'm done futzing with how this all goes together, I can then finish cleaning the wheels. Okay, one more check. Make sure this is all still working. Ah, I see what happened. Yeah, that pickup got bent all up and out of shape. She was eating that. Oh my god. What is your problem? It keeps chewing up the pickup. Oh my god. It's really on there. Okay, I think it's all right. Man, don't you guys just love model trains? Hope you guys are enjoying like the super silent stream right now as I futz with all this. I need peak concentration. Make sure I don't screw this up even more. Okay. I think I finally got the pickups where they need to be. Bent up and out of the way. I think all the rods are on correctly. Again, this model was a fine runner before I started futzing with it. There we go. Finally. Got her working again. Okay. Alright. Back to cleaning its wheels. Finally, after all this time. Alright. And after all that struggle, it's finally time to put it back together. We can finally end this stream. Okay. Okay. Let's not forget to put the O-ring back on. Actually, I think first I gotta put this screw on. Okay, O-rings in place. Screw is in place. Is that sitting right? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. And then the final job is to reconnect this. This is such a tiny little part. Oh, God. This is so frustrating. See if I have any, like, thicker head screwed, tweezers. This is gonna be too big, right? Maybe. It's actually not too big. Weird. Oh, welcome to the stream. It's pretty much over. This Flying Scotsman model is the Hornby 2004 NRM condition Scotsman. Why aren't you sitting right? Are you sitting right? Can't really tell. I think you are. I just said the Scotsman is the Hornby 2004 condition NRM Flying Scotsman. Where did I just put that tool? Oh, it's right here. too far. Jeez. Cannot for the life of me get this piece back in. Ah, finally, I'm free. Okay, Scotsman is all back together. Although I feel like there's still something missing holding the back together. But it's over. Yo Mama, thank you for subscribing. And I am finally free. Put Scotsman back together. Put her back on the rails. So Took her up to her tender just so she looks nice and complete. Little test. And she moves. Alright. Well, that certainly took a very long time to finish Scotsman alone. I think Scotsman was the hardest one out of all of them. Every single one went by pretty quickly. Scotsman definitely took the longest. So I'm gonna go put her. I'm not gonna put her back in her box straight away because it's a pretty annoying box. I'm gonna put her on her box. Let's get a. You know what? No, we'll take this Thomas out because, as much as I like the TV series Thomas, this one's really kind of becoming my favorite. Perfect timing because my camera battery is about to die. So, thank you guys for watching this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I did for the first couple hours, and then it ended. So, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Where's the ending screen? There it is. Bye.